Hello. How are y'all doing? This is gonna be very interesting. Very interesting indeed. I do apologize that we're not playing Voices of the Void today. I just don't have the strength to do that right now. I'll move you guys over. That is still there. I'm gonna leave it as video. Yes, they are. Video and song requests are open. Hi. Oh, that's new. I didn't know it rained here. Neat. Let's be honest, this is probably not the weirdest thing you've seen. A wicker beast in VRChat sitting on a flamingo floaty surrounded by rubber duckies, some of them that breathe fire, some of them that squirt water automatically while listening to Ori and the Blind Forest. Will-o-the-wisps. Sorry. Ori and the Will-o-the-wisps. Hi. Wow, that mirror is so tiny. I'm looking over at OBS. That is so tiny.
Rented Noodle is now following.
Yeah, the throw redeems aren't going to work right now because I don't have that active because there's no model to throw things at. Hi. I guess like the closest we could get is having me in the corner getting smacked. I could actually set that up. But hello, Rented Noodle. How you doing? Hang on, I gotta do some stuff. You know what? Thank you for reminding me. Let me I actually might just set that up. Give me a second. You close that. You open this. It's not going to be perfect, mind you. So at one point, I am going to have to put the little person in the corner away. Ah, I see. I completely understand. Do this real quick. Right here. That's not hitting anything. I'm gonna make a new one. I name this one VRChat. VRChat. I'm gonna move this over here so I can see what I'm doing. Nope. I need 55. Nope, I need 57? 67. Okay, so that means 59. Nope, one more. 8. Yeah, that'll do. There we go. Yeah, that's how it's set up. But I've aligned it the best I could. I'm gonna do something stupid. Hold on, watch this. Grab. Oh, hi. Nice and closer to the mirror. We will probably be changing worlds here soon. What are you? What are you? Oh, here. I don't know what that was. Grab you and putting you all the way over here. Because I don't like you. Oh. Oh, there's so many. There's so many. I like these ones, the ones that are kind of voxel based. There's the computer one. I like this. That's cute. There's the fire breathing one I also really like. There's a difference between those two. Yeah. That better? No. Just stand right here. I'm trying to put it so, like, you guys can see me a little more clearly on stream, because that is very tiny. Oh, hi. I also, unironically, love the Among Us duck. That's really funny. No, we're probably going to be changing worlds here soon. What world will we even go to? Far in? 12 minutes 30. Yeah, this one is custom made. Well, I say that it's an old rig. It can't do the things that all the new ones can do, and it needs serious updates. But this is actually my design, my color pattern. Oh, oh, yeet. Yeah, yeah. It is my design, my color pattern. Yeah, a friend of mine made it for me. And now, unfortunately, I'm no longer friends with that person. Or at least I don't associate with them. Worlds. My world. You see, we always bounce between these two because they have different camera angles that we can play with. Aquarium and Chill is really cool because it's just dark. And obviously it's surrounded by fish, and I love fish. This one's pretty good. However, it's kind of a maze. And the only place we can actually sit and talk comfortably is in the pool. And this one's pretty okay. But it's another maze. And the best place to sit and talk is in the living room. So I say we go with Cozy Forest. Hang on. Yeah. When I first started doing this, we would world hop. But it very quickly became problematic because every world is different. And a lot of worlds will automatically play copyright music. And they don't have video players to turn it off. And so rather than doing that, we're just gonna stick with the ones that we're comfortable with. If peeps find a world that I can use that has different camera angles and a video player I can use, that's fine. Yep. Nope. Okay. Video player UI. Where is the button? Oh, enter URL. Nope. That's the wrong thing.
Yes, I am first. You all shall bow before my greatness.
Yeah, there you go. Sorry, I'm gonna get the music on in a moment. And we want to go to 12:30. No, no, just do the infinite loop. Oh, hi. Oh, it's the Halloween update. So scary. Cool. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to change. I am going to have to change avatars. Unfortunately, because like I said, this one doesn't have all the It doesn't have all the things that other avatars do. See, this is all I can do, and I'm not about that. Let's see, what model do we switch to? I got a whole bunch of wicker beasts, but not all of them can actually pose the same way that this one can. So, well, we're back to this one. Oh, she's in a bikini. Oops. I'm gonna have to get rid of that. It's gonna prove to be a problem. Yeah. I want, here's the thing, I've wanted to update that model for a long time. Simply because there's some textures that need to be fixed, like its blush is still two little squares. Yeah, I got this one. This model that I'm using right here is the, I got it during the last VR convention I went to, which was Virality Aqua. And that was a long time ago. Like, oh god, it feels like years. It hasn't been a crazy amount of time, but it's been a long time. I love this one. However, it's still, not mine. Virality mode. There we go. Virality mode. Yay. A lot of my friends have been giving me some assets to add to my Wicker Beast. Unfortunately... Oh. Sorry, I just noticed what song was playing. Unfortunately, the Wicker Beast... Not Wicker Beast. The Unity. Sorry. Unity And the VRChat companion thing that allows you to upload your models does not work for me. We tried like months and months ago when I was under the effects of COVID. It was not fun. I was so tired. Let me scoot closer. Hi. Unfortunately, because that little camera is gone, the throw redeems are probably not going to work. Oh, you know what? I could change the throw redeems to instead hit Blueberry over there. Yeah. It was one of those things where my password was correct, but it refused to accept it. So, like, my login information was very much correct. But, oh well. Can't do it. And it sucks. I do want to update that model, though. The blush is two little pink squares. The hair is not correct. Because I've seen Wicker Beast. In fact, I have a Wicker Beast that has different hair models. And I want them. In fact, I can probably dig up the drawing I did of that model. Hang on. I need to plug something in so I can grab it. So, apologies, I might get very personal with Mike. There we go. My setup is so jank. Come on. Oh, there we go. Let's see, which one was it? There it is. Alright, this might be a bit big. I do apologize. Yep. That's a little big. Shrink that down. Yeah, this is my drawing. Yeah. Here's the thing. I've seen Wicker Beasts with different horn shapes. I've seen Wicker Beasts with different hair shapes, too. In VRChat. Oh, you're gonna learn something very quickly about me, Noodle. Green is my favorite color. I love green. Like, my favorite colors in order is green, indigo, black, and white. And so, like, slowly blue is starting to encroach in there. So I say blue is, like, my fifth favorite. But, yeah, this is my design. I made it. And then a friend of mine took that design and put it on a Wicker Beast model. I will say this, because of how VRChat and 3D models work. I do own the base. I do. Yeah. If I was my VTube Studio model, it would be completely different. My VTuber model is a little griffin that wears a red hoodie, but she is a brown griffin with green eyes and, like, white markings. And then her lower half is a red panda instead of a cat. Oh, let me take a sip of coffee. Which is fun. It's a little funny because, like, red is not necessarily a color I care for. I'll use red, like I did for the eyes. Yeah. But it's not like a color that I care for. It's mostly because everything that I draw that model with, almost everything, is a reference to something. And with this wicker beast, it is also a reference to something. I am a person who believes in yin and yang. There is good in everyone, but there is sometimes evil in everyone. There is always a balance. So, yin and yang. Anyway, yeah, I would love to get the model updated if I could just find somebody to do it. If I could just find somebody to do it for me. Like, take one of these models specifically with the the locomotion thing. Put the textures on it, and I'll be happy. That's all. Just replace the original, which I will say I do still love the original. It's like yeah. And then there are people who just can't be redeemed. We all know who, but we're not going to talk about that. But anyway, I still love the original model. I still love it. It's like an ugly child for me. I guess it's the same for the Gary's Mod models that I helped with. They didn't turn out the way I wanted. But they're mine. They're my characters. They're out there. And they're ugly as shit. They are my ugly babies. That seems to happen a lot. Like, I come up with something, and someone tries to make it for me, and it just comes out as an ugly baby. Like, good gods, it's an ugly baby. For context, a long time ago, I actually almost came... You can't see my fingers. This close. So close. To making my own game. Unfortunately, it would have been a Five Nights at Freddy's kind of game. And yes, with animatronics. But the story was different, the characters were different, everything about it was different. The only things that tied it into FNAF was multiple nights and cameras, and also animatronics. Oh, if you want me to get into that, are you sure you want me to get into that? Are you sure you want me to get into that? Okay, hold on. You get myself back into place. I gotta be careful with this model, because this one has jiggle physics. If you change one, I'm like, are you sure? So, this was back when Five Nights at Freddy's 2 was all hyped up. Like, it was going crazy. People were excited for it. Nyeh. A lot of people who tune in like to see it. Nyeh. But no, Five Nights at Freddy's 2 was on the horizon. I think it was like... I vaguely forget... I forget if it had already come out yet by the time I came up with the idea, or if it was on the way of coming out. I don't remember. I just remember that FNAF 3 left one hell of an impact for me. But, we've already had FNAF 1. It's a huge hit. Unrelated. Fuck Scott Cawthon. Screw that guy. And there's FNAF 2. I forget if it's on the horizon or if it had already come out. But the point is, that is a thing. That was a thing at the time. And I came up with this idea about a restaurant with animatronics that isn't using children. Like, I loved the concept of FNAF 2, where the animatronics are programmed to protect the kids during the day. And they don't trust adults. And they really, really don't trust security. But, like, they will protect the kids. You know, they trust the kids. And they have, like, they are believed to have all of that technology packed into their system. I really, really like that. At the same time, my friends were showing me videos of robots from Japan. And, like, I kept thinking about, like, robots in Japan are a lot different than they are here in the US. And, like, I kept thinking about technology and how advanced they are in other countries compared to the US. And it's impressive. And then you look back at the US, we do have very intelligent machines. Like, very impressively intelligent machines. However, they're big and clunky. And angular and stuff like that. So, I believe during that time, I had to really, really think. Yeah, I believe during that time, I also was taken to Chuck E. Cheese for a birthday. Please note that currently I am 31 years old. I'm in my 30s. So I'm a grown-ass adult in a Chuck E. Cheese with two of my friends. There's another room with the animatronics, but hold on. This was the best day ever. There were no children there. We had the entire Chuck E. Cheese to ourselves. And you know what? The pizza actually was really good. Yeah, I loved it. I actually went into the animatronic room multiple times to just stare at them because I really, really like animatronics. I'm weird. I'm just gonna say that now. I'm weird. But, yeah, their pizza isn't bad. People who say that a pizza place like that has cardboard pizza, you're probably not in a good place. It's probably like, I believe Chuck E. Cheese is locally owned under the same brand, kind of like how Domino's is. But if it's coming out as cardboard, then don't look at the brand, look at the people. Anywho, all of this is to say, I started coming up with this idea about a FNAF-inspired game. Five Nights at Candy's was a thing. One Night at Flumpty's was a thing. All of these fan games were coming out, and I noticed that a lot of them follow kind of the same thing. Almost all of them. Flumpty is their own bag of shit. Like, oh my gods. Absolutely not. That's terrifying. I really did not like that game. It was so disturbing. Watch videos of it at your own risk. That's all I'm gonna say. I know that Markiplier played it. But, I noticed that a lot of animatronic-based fan games would usually link their story into the original games. So, it didn't matter how creative and impressive their story was. They always tied their stories into the original Five Nights at Freddy's. Like, Five Nights at Candy's is a very good example of this. If I remember correctly, the characters in that one, or at least in that story, they're supposed to be rivals of the Fazbear Entertainment Company. But I kept thinking, okay, we got these really cool looking robots in Japan. We got, really intelligent, I'm gonna use the dreaded word, really intelligent AI for robotics. And we got a formula that is just simply working right now. So I came up with this concept. Captain Toby's Family Dinner. It is a legitimate 5-star restaurant. It is actually really good. There are animatronics, but they were built by a guy in Japan. And the business is owned by two people who are simply just trying to give back to the community. So, as much as it's a fancy restaurant, it's not, like, posh or overly priced. And these two guys who own the restaurant are already, like, stupid rich. but they don't take the money. They use the money to, like, 1, keep maintenance on the robots, 2, keep maintenance on the building, and 3, give back to the community. So, some of the money you're spending on that food is going to keeping the place open. The rest of it is going to making sure that you have an education system in the town. You know, that kind of stuff. But, the robots... Oh, God. I designed the robots to be ball-jointed machines. There was, and is, no physical method of putting a person inside those machines. You can't do it. So that's not an avenue you can go down. Let's put this in perspective. You go... I'm going to be rambling all over the place, because now you've started something, you can't stop. You enter the building, and you know how restaurants have like that double door system, kind of like an airlock. Like you enter a first set of doors, there's like a mud room or something, and then you enter a second set of double doors, and then you're in the restaurant proper. You go through those doors. In front of you is this large lounge-like dining area. And in the back of the room is a circular pool. Well, half circle, but there's a circular pool of water. And inside this pool of water are these little RC battleships. And any table that's close to that pool has little remote controls attached to the table. Like, well, I say attached to the table. It's more attached to the wall where these ships are. So you can control the ships if you want to do little ship battles. To your left is a hallway that leads into the security room. In fact, you can even see a matte, non-reflective, one-way mirror-esque window. Or one-way window. That is the security room. To your right, there is a sorry, Epic Games just came up with a pop-up. To your right, if you go forward, there is a doorway that leads into an area for kids, where a majority of the animatronics are. But if you go right and then take another right, you are in the proper lounge. So you're in the bar, where you're allowed to smoke, and you can drink, and you won't have to interact with children, period. There are no animatronics in the bar. I can say that now. There are no animatronics in the bar. But in the immediate room, when you enter the restaurant, there is one animatronic. Captain Tobias. He is a shark that wears an admiral uniform. Like, old. We're talking like World War II era admiral uniform. Yeah, Captain Tobias. And he stands on a pedestal in front of that pool of water, and he's the one who gives announcements to people in the dining room and keeps an eye on everything. By the way, Captain Tobias, when it comes to like the nightly thing, is fucking terrifying. But he also referees and announces when the boat fights are active. But if you kept going into the room with all those animatronics, you are now in the kids' play place, where the animatronics are actually able to keep an eye on your kids. There is a dinosaur and a dragon who are like superheroes. Well, specifically, the dragon's a supervillain and the dinosaur is a superhero. And they have a fake city made of foam blocks that the kids can either destroy or rebuild. There is another superhero character who's a wolf, but he doesn't talk. He does not speak. He is more there for the kids that don't want to be loud, so he just sits with them. he keeps them entertained, but he also, like, shoos away any kid that's, like, super rowdy. There is, like, I want to say there's an arcade. I forget if I thought of an arcade or not, but I know that there's a fruit bat that does, like, dances with kids, like, that want to dance, who are really unruly. And there's a fairy that runs a prize counter. So I guess there was an arcade. I just don't remember where I put it. And then the obvious, there is a dessert. There's a room to make your dessert. And this is run by 2 animatronics. One animatronic is a mad scientist cat, and their assistant / girlfriend, who is a quote unquote mutated dinosaur, sibling of the other dinosaur, and they run the dessert bar. Oh boy, the messes that cat has had to endure. However, I will say, if a parent does not want their kid having ice cream and candy, they can tell staff, and the animatronics will not let the kid in. Those animatronics will not let a kid into the dessert bar. And they won't give in either. Like, there are candy prizes behind the desk, and the fairy will not give them candy if at the parents' request. But like I said, these robots were very intelligent, very intelligent. But the story goes that for the first few years that this business has been open, it has been a smash success. Like, oh my gods, it blew so many restaurants out of the water. It did so well. And the owners of the place are crazy charitable. So the community, like the town, loves this restaurant immediately. Like, it's not just that they are there to make a profit. They are also there to give back to the community. They're not greedy, they're not assholes or anything. Like, the 2 guys who run the place are actually very sweet. Mostly because the 2 people who own the restaurant are references to YouTubers that I follow who are also very charitable. And legitimately very nice. But, yeah. This is set up in a nondescript American town. We don't know where this is set up. It leaves people open to the imagination of, like, where this could be. Though what I'm about to say would probably make people believe that it's in Texas, all things considered. But a few years after the place had, like, been open, it's a booming success, it has so much money behind it, so much love and care, an incident happened. A horrific incident. 2 people died after hours. One was a criminal. The other was a waitress. And the animatronics started going berserk. But only after closing hours. Well, I should specify. A waitress died, a criminal died, and a police officer nearly died if he hadn't have locked himself in the security room, or the animatronics were desperately trying to get to him. Because, like, usually when there is a break-in in the restaurant, the animatronics are active security. And they actually have built-in mechanics to be security. And Tobias is probably the most terrifying one, alongside the 2 dinosaurs. So, let me explain their mechanics real quick. So you know how in FNAF 1, if you close the door, they can't get in? Especially Foxy. Like, Foxy will charge at the door, and you can close the door to block it. You just hear the thunk when it hits the door, right? My idea was, if you see either dinosaur approaching the door, you can close it and they'll slow them down. But they're going to get in, because they will grab the door and forcefully lift it open. And that is a solid steel door. Your other method of hiding from them is ducking underneath the desk and not moving your mouse. Because if you move your mouse, you make noise. And they will find you. And it's kind of brutal how each of these guys kill you. Every animatronic I've seen do a jump scare on you looks like they're biting you. I took that a step further. Tobias is the last animatronic to activate throughout the week, and when he is active, all of the others deactivate. It's just him. And he is fast. He's very smart. He is not easily tricked. And if he gets you... I did say he was a shark. What do we know about sharks? They have impressive bite forces. They have serrated teeth. They have a lot of teeth. Tobias is no different. He has... and big tails, yes, he does. These guys do actually have tails. Tobias has bear trap jaws. Multiple rows of bear traps in his mouth. When he is working during the day, those bear traps are locked. They do not open. Well, actually, specifically, they don't close. And they're not exactly visible. So you would never know. And it takes a lot more than simply putting your hand in their mouths to get them to snap their jaws shut. In fact, only the animatronics and the person who created them, all the way in Japan, knows how to get them to trigger their jaws. Not even the people who perform maintenance on the machines know how to do it. Everything about their design is to prevent kids from getting hurt. I'm just going to say that now. The animatronics are not the villain. But, when Tobias gets you, he grabs you, unhinges his jaw, and opens all 3 of those bear trap jaws and slowly puts your head in his mouth before snapping them shut. That is how he kills you. Yeah. When the superhero dinosaur, Andre is his name, when he kills you, he grabs you, smashes you against one of the windows until it breaks, and then impales you on the glass. If smashing your face into very strong glass doesn't kill you, the impalement will. Like I said, each of them are brutal. Each of them are very brutal. We are talking, Rented asked about my FNAF fan game that I almost got to make. Well, I say fan game, but inspired game. And they've opened a whole can of worms, and I'm explaining how each of the animatronics kill you before I continue the story. I believe, the wolf, Shadow. Normal combo then, yeah. Shadow the wolf. Lizard. Gods. Remind me to come back to the lizard thing after this. This might take me a bit. But, the wolf, how did he kill you? I believe how the wolf killed you was I think he strangled you? I don't really remember. But I know that, Sunny, the mutated dinosaur, what she would do is she would grab you, smash you into the wall once or twice, and then put you underneath the door and slam the door shut as hard as she could. Again, that is a solid steel door that she easily lifted off the ground. The mad scientist cat, Kuzi, who's based off of one of my friends, Kuzaya. I think all he does is, he mauls you. Because, that mad scientist cat's mechanic is also kind of funny, but also a little sad. He just mauls you. The supervillain dragon breaks your neck. Yeah. The supervillain dragon breaks your neck. Some of the kill mechanics, kill animations I don't really remember. There's only a few that I do remember. Yeah. I remember the idea that the supervillain dragon, Soul is his name, would grab you and turn his head, because the first day the place was open, there was an accident, and Soul had part of his face broken off. So he has an exposed ear and a exposed socket. There is no, he only has one eye. And because of that, he is effectively deaf. He is 100% deaf. He can see just fine. He just can't hear anything. But the idea was he would grab you, pull you close, and do note, he's breaking your neck very slowly. Pull you close, and you would see a glow start to come from that socket. That is the same color as his other eye. Meaning, technically it's still there. Technically. Oh, by the way, the only reason they didn't fix Soul is because the kids actually like him as he is now, and he would stop functioning if they fixed it. Yeah. It was the funniest thing. The story for that was that Andre accidentally bit his head. Because they were they had just, this would be technically the third time they would be running their programming. No, sorry, the first time they'd be running their programming. So, Andre accidentally bit his head in front of a whole bunch of kids, and the kids loved it. And since then, every time they have tried to fix the damage and replace the ear, replace the put the eye back in, fix the socket and stuff like that, he would just cease functioning. But the moment that they restored it to being damaged, he would start functioning again. And it never happened again. It's just one of those weird things. It's like the there's that video game story about how there's a game that only functions because there is a PNG of a coconut in the files. Hi, Arch. Anyway. Yeah, that's what he does. The fairy has a Pac-Man mouth that is filled with little grinders, or something like that. And she just crushes your head by biting. I don't remember what the bat did. I don't think she did anything to you. I really don't remember what she does. But anyway, that's how they all kill you. Back to the story. Because the animatronics were going berserk, and no one decided to test a lot of this, the place was shut down for a little bit. And they did some tests. What was causing them to go berserk? They did not go berserk towards staff. Employees were never harmed. However, if an employee had a criminal background that was still very, they were not necessarily like faithful to, or they were on parole. Well, specifically, if they had a criminal background that proved to be extremely hazardous, like murder, the animatronics would actually be very hostile towards them and actively try to get rid of them in a violent manner. And of course, when it would be like an hour or two before, well, I would say an hour or two, obviously 6 a.m. they stop being berserk and they go back to normal with absolutely zero memory of what they did the night before. There was zero memory of it. If they brought in your average Joe cop, they didn't really care. However, it was very clear they didn't trust them anymore. Like, at all. But if you brought in anybody with criminal history that was severe, yeah, they don't. This is the thing that I wanted to make very clear. The animatronics are not aware that they are actually hurting people when they were designed not to hurt people, and they don't want to. I did mention that even though Tobias has all those bear trap jaws, he keeps them locked. They are always locked in position. He will not hurt a human. He does not want to. He doesn't like it. And yet, during the night, they are actively trying to kill people. But it was always someone with a criminal background. Also, you guys got less than 5 minutes till ad break. But it was always somebody with like a criminal background or who is an active criminal. I believe one of the ideas in the story was that one of the owners who was in charge of hiring people would have Tobias in the office with him. So when he was like interviewing the person, Tobias would kind of do their own deeper research. Like, is this person actually safe to have in this place? Is it actually a good idea to hire them? Most of the time, yes. Even with criminal background. When a person is on parole, Tobias would let them know that, hey, this person is on parole. We can hire them. But the animatronics are going to be very, very actively monitoring them. And come nightfall, this was before the whole nightly thing. But in any case, these tests were done, and the state, the government of the state, realized, hey, we can use this. Let's turn this well-beloved restaurant, because of course they would, this well-beloved restaurant into a death sentence for criminals that are just fucked, effectively. And the rules for that was you have to survive 1 week. Well, specifically 5 days. You have to survive 5 nights with them. And if you survive all 5, they would reopen your file and try and do a retrial. See if you really are innocent or really are guilty. And if it's proven without a fact that you are indeed guilty, you are put back in that restaurant with no way of surviving. However, if you are insistent, and this was an optional thing. Escape from vibes. Yeah. However, there was another bit of it where it was completely optional. If you are that adamant of proving that you are innocent, you could try and survive the weekend. And the weekend is a lot harder because Tobias is now active the entire time. But now he has multiple animatronics coming after you. And if by some miracle you survive that, which no one has, by the way, if you manage to survive those extra nights, not only will they reopen your trial, they are going to actually add this determined feat of, like, this determination and impressive feat to the file to present to the jury. This person believes wholeheartedly that they are indeed innocent. And it very much likely allow you to go free. No longer be a criminal. Well, as the story goes, you only have so many convicts. But hey, plus side, crime in that entire state died out. Because now everybody believes that if you commit crimes, you're going to be sent there regardless of what your crime is. And unfortunately, by that point, that's true. Imagine, yeah. We got like less than 40 seconds until ad break. I am getting very, very hungry. It'd be cool if people ordered me dinner. I'm kidding. I am so kidding. We're gonna be making lasagna tonight, I think. I don't really know. I had ramen yesterday, and I don't want ramen anymore. I've reached a point where I'm actually, like, every time... This is so gross. Every time I belch, I taste the noodles. It's driving me insane. Yeah, I'm gonna... It's been a long time since I've heard this OST, just saying. I'm mostly just gonna pause telling the story until ad break is done. Yeah, I've eaten a lot of ramen the past few weeks. Since, like, our fridge broke last week, we got a new one now. And we're slowly rebuilding our supplies. It's not as easy. Clear all my messages on my phone. There we go. Well, there's ad break. I think after my debut, I'm probably gonna change that. Because I've had it set to the call sound effect from Nier Automata for, I think, like 2 or 3 years now. 2 years. Give or take. But I've had it set to that so I will know when ad break has hit. Because sometimes it'll silently hit and I won't know who can hear. Like, I won't know and I'll still be talking. The issue is I can't necessarily set that alert to being only me hearing it. Because that's also the sound source for all Tangia redeems. So yeah. I'm probably just gonna change the sound if I can get if I get a chance. See if I'm able to. I like this place. I miss this world. There's many reasons why I stopped coming here. Mostly because I don't like that when you load in, post-processing is absolutely insane. Like, it's so annoying. And obviously, like, chromatic aberration, oculate, and all that stuff, I don't like it. Yeah. Every map that this person has made or is similar to this world has a body pillow. As I look back. Yeah. Okay. Since I am now for sure aware, now that I'm sure that everyone is back from ad break. Where was I? Oh, right. Like, the state only has so many convicts on death row, or close to death row. It reached a point where, the animatronics being broken was outlasting the number of criminals that were being sent in to their death. Not very many of them got out, mind you. Not very many of them got to have their retrial. But those that did, never did the weekend survival thing. A lot of the times it's unfortunately an inevitable thing. I might need to turn your guys' filter on. You're in my face. But, it got to a point where the law was kind of abusing, like, crime and law was starting to become abused. It didn't matter what crime you committed or what age you're at. If you committed a crime, you were being sent there. So while crime was pretty much non-existent in the state, it wasn't great. Wasn't great. You play as a 14-year-old kid with very, very little money. So little money that you and your mom live in a tent city. Well, specifically, you guys live in a cardboard box that is protected by a tarp. And it was your mother's birthday. Yeah. It was your mother's birthday. And while you're both trying so hard to get money to get out of being in the box, you did not have enough money to get the roast, because she loves pork roast. She just loves roast. So, as the main character, you steal it. And you run. And you get run down by cops. And, like, the main character gets tackled by these cops. The roast goes rolling across the road to the feet of their mother, who's watching all this, and quickly realizing, oh no, my child has committed a crime in hopes of making me happy in a very bad time. Oh no. Well, the character is unfortunately sentenced to go to that restaurant to work the night shift. And please note, in this setting, the justice system is so corrupted. The guy is too young to be doing this, and his crime was so small. I think at one point I remember writing in that the owners of the grocery store that the kid stole from did not want to press charges, and in fact wanted to let it all go. potentially, and also, potentially donate some food to, this kid and their mom. Completely ignored. Completely ignored. The kid is being sentenced to death for stealing a roast. That's it. Well, guess what cop is overseeing your sentence? The one that nearly died the night this all started. And he gives you the spiel of how everything works. When the place closes for the night, you will have to stay in the security room to try and survive 5 nights. Oh, that's a cute emote. Well, he tells you something that nobody would expect. He gives you a little secret of how to potentially survive the nights if you wish to completely skip the headache that is dealing with the animatronics. In my mind, I'm thinking like, okay, how can I turn that into an achievement for players? Because I'm viewing this in the mindset of who is actually going to be playing this game. If at any point you feel you are overwhelmed and absolutely done with dealing with animatronics, you can run out of the security room into a pair of red double doors right next to where Captain Tobias is stationed. Animatronics cannot enter this room. In fact, they refuse to do so because those red double doors lead to the maintenance room for the animatronics. It's literally, if we put into this perspective, it's like walking through a door and seeing your own body parts hung up on hooks. Or at the very least, splayed out on a table ready to replace whatever is inside you or whatever's attached to you. That's why they don't go in there. It's even worse when it comes to the wolf, because Shadow the Wolf wears a full suit of fur over his mechanical body. So there's a whole bunch of wolf skin hung up, fresh and clean, to be used and replaced and repaired. So the animatronics don't go in there. But there is actually a bit of like a secret in there. I remember distinctly I had plans that if you ran in there during the last night, I think it was either like the last night or the extra night, you would be able to move around and investigate stuff once you go in there instead of like skipping the night entirely. But yeah. Do I reveal the entire story, or do I just stop there? Like, the main character is a 14-year-old kid who's forced to do all of this. And the animatronics, while conflicted, they still want to kill you, because you are a criminal. Might as well go all the way? Okay. So, throughout the week, the animatronics are activating one by one. Sometimes they'll activate in pairs. Like, if I remember correctly, like, actually, I can actually tell you via the pictures. I actually have pictures. C, D, E, F. No. Is it under N? Oh, there it is. Nightmare at it was called Nightmare at Captain Toby's. So, Nightmare at Captain Toby's would start with, I'm looking at the picture here, would start with, Kuzi and Sunny being active. The next night would be Soul and Andre. The third night would be Shadow and the Prize Fairy. Night 4 was the The fruit bat? Oh no. And then obviously the 5th night would be Tobias. And then the extra night would be all of them. Here, these might be big. I do apologize. This is old art, by the way. Like, this is very old. I don't draw like this anymore. Yeah, here we go. So this was like night 1. I made sure the eyes glowed to show who was active. So that's night 1. And then... Hold on. Hold on. Hang on. There it is. Don't use that word. Creepy would probably be a better one, or scary. And then this would be night 2, with Andre and Soul being active. Also, hey, you guys get to properly see them. And then... Nope, that's wrong one. Here. Here's night 3. A lot of these characters are like references of characters I own or I'm of friends. Wow, the music. And then this is night 4 with the fruit bat, which I should mention, in the animatronic lore, the fruit bat is Captain Tobias's girlfriend. So it makes sense that she would come up right before he does. And then the last night is Toby. And then, if you did the extra night, the one, like, I am so proud of this picture. That is the extra night right there. I am so proud of that picture. Even though it's so simple. Makes you wonder what's going on, huh? Yeah. So, during your, like, if there's a, how do I word this? Yeah, it makes you wonder. If you finish the game with just the 5 nights, your character is put through a retrial, and you're set free. But the cycle continues for the animatronics. But you are confronted by the captain before you leave for the day. Well, specifically, if in my mind, I imagine you have an hour, like you have like a few minutes before it's 6 a.m. and the captain just appears in the doorway, like stepping through the doorway. You cannot hide. You cannot close the door. He is right there. Also, by the way, the convicts are not allowed to fight back. Because if they damage those animatronics, they're immediately guilty. You cannot do that. But also at the same time, good luck trying. But the captain will actively confront you with no, like, there's no murderous intent. There's nothing like that. He just confronts you. And he talks to you. Kind of sometimes muttering the same thing over and over and over again, like, I trusted you. Why did you do this? We trusted you. It's your, and stuff like that. But this time, when he confronts you, He basically asks you to break the cycle and explains that while everybody else, all of the other animatronics, do not remember what happens the night before, he does. He, like another thing he mutters sometimes is, I made a promise. I will keep my promise. And then go back to, like, uttering madness. But he'll confront you and, like, ask you to help break the cycle and all that stuff before leaving you alone. So you're free to go. If you do the extra night, to prove your innocence, you will learn why everything is happening. Because I think, like, sometimes if you were very lucky, you would see those two white orbs hovering close to any of the animatronics that come after you. It's rare for you to see it. But, if you do the extra night, when you are nearing 6 a.m., all of the animatronics will come after you all at once. And it'll effectively turn into a cutscene. Where you have to abandon the office and run into the double doors. You go in there, and you are able to look around. There is a blood stain on the floor. And there is a figure floating there with glowing white eyes. But this is the weird part. When all the animatronics rushed the office all at once, Tobias wasn't there. He is actually inside the maintenance room, staring at this stain. If I remember correctly, the plan was he would either explain to you what happened, or he would give you a USB, like a flash drive or something. That he would give you something to show you his memories. In fact, it's memories of everybody before everything went wrong. And you would see what had happened. On the night that all this started, Tobias was under maintenance. The cop that is overseeing, that is effectively your handler, walks into the building with someone they don't recognize in person, but someone they do recognize as being a very active criminal. Each animatronic goes after them. And each time they get close, the guy holds up a phone or something, presses a button, and the animatronic locks in place. They cannot move. Tobias comes out of maintenance to see this, also starts approaching, gets frozen. And you hear the cop talk to the criminal, tell this criminal, okay, I know where they're keeping the money, let's go get it. These guys are effectively, a cop is trying to steal from this restaurant with this criminal as his ally, potentially his friend. However, before they're actually able to go and do anything, a waitress who had forgotten her jacket steps through the door and witnesses these two trying to do something they shouldn't. Actually, I should make a correction. Tobias is still in maintenance. I am remembering things now. Like, she's witnessing everything that's happening, and she's quickly realizing, oh no, this place is being robbed. she's not exactly quiet about hiding in the maintenance room. And the cop decides, you know what? No witnesses. We want this money, no witnesses. It's too important. Goes in the maintenance room, and he kills her. And Tobias is watching. He is frozen in place, but he is watching. And the moment she dies, like he kills her, she crumbles to the floor. The moment she actually dies on that bloodstain, all of the animatronics start to change. And Tobias is the first one to start moving, attacking the cop, but not really able to get him, just hurt him a little bit. The other animatronics actually manage to override whatever the criminal did. They're able to override being frozen and go after the criminal. In the end, the cop and the criminal are lock themselves inside the security room, but the criminal is killed brutally. And since then, the animatronics have never been the same. And when you come out of these memories, a ghost of that waitress is standing over that bloodstain, and she is apologizing profusely. Because it turns out she was effectively a very good friend of the animatronics. Hang on, I gotta get rid of this thing now. She was effectively a very good friend of the robots. Like, she actively made sure they were functioning. She didn't like when kids were too rough around them. It's kind of that weird thing where you form an attachment to something that isn't sentient or isn't real. Hold on, I just realized what song we're about to start hearing over there. But, she died. And it's believed that Tobias made a promise that they were going to get her justice. However, they are simply machines. They follow their programming, and right now they have witnessed something that has broken their programming. A cop, which they are programmed to trust, just murdered somebody. They murdered an employee they are supposed to protect. Not evil. Like, a cop has murdered an employee they're supposed to protect while also working with a criminal, someone they are supposed to protect the establishment from. It has completely destroyed their programming from what it originally was. So, all of those animatronics do not know what to do anymore at night. Who is actually a bad person? Who is actually a threat? During the day, they know who's a threat. Like, they can still be harmless, like cause no damage while restraining somebody who's actually being a danger. They can still do that, but when nighttime comes around, they can't. So, yeah. By the way, the song that's playing over there is a boss fight with a giant mother spider, who's actually very nice. Anyway, brain. The point is, the Captain Tobias series was never meant to make the animatronics the villain. They're supposed to make them just as much the victim as the main character. And in the first quote-unquote game, it would have been made very clear that something they believed had been absolutely corrupted. And they were forced to, and they don't have a full understanding of how to rationalize that. Combine that with the pain and the need for justice for somebody they cared for, it gets messy. Let me tell you, each game that I came up with was always interesting afterwards, because FNAF 3 came out, and I was thinking about how Nightmare Captain Toby's would change. Like, the first two games would be somewhat similar. 5 nights with animatronics that are trying to kill you, but they're not trying to kill you because they want to. It's because, well, one, it's their programming. Two, they have been put through so much bullshit. They don't really realize what they're doing. Like, in the second game, the animatronics there are trying to kill you because of an accident that broke them. So they are actually not... how do I best word it? They're not alive. They are slowly dying as they are attacking you. And that is a whole bag of worms. If you guys want me to continue with each game's story, I'm okay with this. This is probably going to be one of the few VODs that I keep. But unfortunately, I'm getting very, very hungry. Fuck it. You know, I'm going to talk about the second game. The second game takes place in a different location. Hang on, I'm checking my notifications on my phone. What's going on? Anyway, that way. So, second game takes place in another location. A, sister location, if you will. Haha. But this location uses different characters. The premise is still somewhat the same. You have multiple animatronics that do similar work, like similar jobs, but the replacement for Captain Toby is effectively his mother. Like, a character that plays as his mother. I have the title screen. I did not finish this title screen or do this title screen justice. There we go. That's the title screen. You have Howdy the White Wolf. You have, I forgot his name, but we have a dinosaur, we have a dove, we have Pizza the rat, we have a unicorn dragon thing, and then we have 2 different sharks. The one with stripes is in charge of the arcade, and then the other one is Tobias' mother. Kieran? Yeah. I guess that is a Kieran, yeah. It was a lot of these characters will actually probably be changing, because I don't associate with those 2 people anymore. Not in a bad way. Not in a bad way. One of them is for safety, and the other one is simply because we stopped talking. And it's okay. I still view them as a friend, I just don't talk to them, and I'm not in any servers they're in. Which sucks. Anywho, the premise of the second game is you are not playing a criminal, you are playing a security guard, or literally you are playing as a retired cop. Note that usually when I talk about cops in these settings, I'm not talking about the ones we all hate. I'm talking about, like, the rare good ones. But you're playing as, like, a retired cop. In fact, the character probably retired 2 months ago. Or, no, sorry, the character probably retired a little ways, like halfway into the cycle that is the previous game. So, a couple years ago. But still can't necessarily break the habit of wanting to make sure everyone's okay. But now that character is playing as working as the security guard at a new location in another town. Pretty far away from the original. Pretty far away. But a storm is rolling in, so the place needs to shut down, and the animatronics need to also unfortunately need to recharge. Well, unfortunately, because the place has not been open that long, a lot of their procedures for safety against like fucking lightning strikes has not been put in place yet. Or at the very least, they weren't expecting a storm like this. It was just a bit too strong than they believed. Oh shit, I am so sorry. I just noticed something. Oh no, Evilton, I am so sorry. I just realized the I've arrived thing is not active because I closed Mix It Up. Oops. Anyway, lightning strikes the building while all the animatronics are plugged in and somewhat active. Here's the thing. When there is a thunder or lightning storm going on, turn off your electronics. Power surges are a very dangerous thing. It can actually completely fry your electronic if you are not careful. So, yeah, have a good power surge protector. The business had not been open long enough to get that in place. If I remember correctly, it's because every person they've talked to putting those kind of things in place have been kind of scummy and don't trust them because of the previous establishment. So it's been getting very difficult to do it. So they've been trying to run things as safely as they can. No risks. But, lightning strikes the building. And all 7 animatronics are effectively fried. They are power surged. They are fried from the inside out. So throughout the 5 nights that you were and another thing, the building was put into because of the power surge, the building went into lockdown. You cannot get out, you cannot get in. But people know the guy is in there, and they know the animatronics are going berserk inside. The original location also knows that this is all happening. I'm just going to leave that there, and we'll come back to it. We put a pin in that. So now you're playing as a security guard, having to effectively play a survival horror game in one building with 7 animatronics who are slowly dying as they are trying to kill you. So when the first night ends, Howdy Wolf effectively dies because she has been fried from the inside out. Some of the other ones can last longer because some of the other ones are live a little bit longer. But at the end of each night, whichever ones are active during that night die at the end. Their systems are fried and they have used up all their power and effectively just ceased work. See? You can kind of see it with their eyes. Howdy, Pizza, and then that Kieran, I believe their name is Zephyr, have all fried. They died. They're gone. Like I've already said, my initial plan for the series was that the animatronics are not the villain. They're just as much the victim. Whenever I would watch people play Five Nights at Freddy's in any capacity, everyone's like always concerned about, the kids, concerned about their own safety, they're concerned about the people. But what about the robot? What about the animatronic itself? What about that? I know that, in FNAF 1, they are simple animatronics. They are very, very simple. but in like FNAF 2, FNAF 3 onward, they're getting more and more advanced, more and more intelligent. Less and less simple puppets. I mean, security breach, Jesus Christ, they actually have feelings. But anyway, with the second game, you are in a building with creatures that are in so much pain, they are just lashing out, because that's what they're programmed to do, to protect the building, to protect the people inside, but they can't function very well. They are also very much dying. I realized that, by the way, one of the knights is supposed to be the reptile and the bird active at the same time, and I forgot to do that. So, I kind of messed up. Yeah, you can see it in this one. His eyes are darkened. Because I realized during this one that, oh, hey, he's supposed to be dead. But, I did say that the previous location was fully aware of what was going on with the sister location. And this leads into the third game. And please note, security breach wasn't even a thing yet, but all these ideas came up well before it. And I stopped coming up with ideas for this at around FNAF 4. I didn't want to go any further. Because I'm not greedy. I'm not going to milk it. If that makes any sense. That sounds weird. Oh, hold on. I found the title screen for Nightmare Captain Toby's 3. And if I remember correctly, each and every game changed the vocab. So it was like Nightmare of Captain Toby, Nightmare for Captain Toby, Nightmare at, all that stuff. This was game 3. This was game 3. Right here. I need to go back and try this again, but at the time I was so proud of how I did that. Just the shading. So remember how I said that the previous location was fully aware of what was happening? Well, when they heard that all 7 animatronics at the next location went berserk as well, the public also went berserk. They had had enough. They did not trust the business anymore. So, one day, after the events of the second game, people from the town stormed into the restaurant. And the animatronics, didn't fully understand what was going on, but they also kind of understand, uh-oh, trouble. Captain Tobias actually shoved the owner of the establishment into his office and locked it to protect him from the angry mob. And quite literally, the entire town attacks the animatronics and rips them to pieces. Literally. They tear them apart. So, if I remember correctly, during this game, you are playing one of the owners of the establishment, and you're having to sneak around your own restaurant, avoiding angry townspeople who also want to hurt you for what's happened, because they've had enough. They've just lost their minds. And your job, your task is to find each of the animatronics, download, collect, these, I keep using, flash drives. Like, you effectively need to collect their very being. Like, their disk, or the floppy disk, I think? You need to collect them, is the point. So, flash drive, USB, jump drive, whichever one you want to use, their entire being on a tiny little device that you plug into a new machine to give them a new body. They are still, effectively, for the owners, they are still their friends. But once you download these things from their bodies are no longer functional. I remember distinctly, like, one of the ideas I had... Jesus, music. But, I distinctly remember, at one point, the owner would approach, Tobias as he's in that state. And Tobias would continue telling him that he needs to run, that he needs to hide, he needs to get out, that it's not safe for him. It's not safe for anybody right now. Because also, like, the employees of the establishment were getting hurt, too. They weren't getting killed, but they were getting their asses kicked for working there. Didn't matter who they were. Just, the townspeople were so fed up. But, each and every animatronic would warn the owner of the place to get out. It was not safe for them. All while they themselves are in a terrible state. I don't think this game would have been very long, if I'm honest. Because you're just trying to sneak through your own building in one day to get to each of them, but things keep happening. Let me look at those pictures real quick. Oh, yeah, it's especially bad for, like... Oh, I'm really looking at these. These are so visceral. Like, these are old drawings, but they're so visceral. Look at what they did to my boy! Look what they did to my boy! Oh, Andre, honey! They ripped his face and his arms off. Jesus. Oh, by the way, if they have that line on their snoot, it means it's actually removable. Where's the next one? And then you got, like, Toby right here. I believe, what's supposed to be happening there is that they ripped off his jaw. So his, inner jaws are exposed. They ripped him up. And obviously, as you saw on the title screen, he has no limbs. And there's this one. Oh, poor Shadow. They busted his head, tore off his arm, and nearly ripped him in half, took off his leg. Also, apparently broke his neck from the looks of things. This is just so... Wow, what was wrong? That was so edgy. And then there's the prize fairy. They took her hands, they removed her skull, they tore off her wings, and took off a leg. Also, when it came to their clothing, I didn't really know what to do. Yeah. And then there's a cat animatronic. I actually forgot to mention this. The mad scientist cat animatronic is blind. He is completely blind, but he's very vocal. Which is interesting because the wolf animatronic is very sensitive to noise, and he attacks anything that makes noise. And this cat is very vocal. But also, the mutant dinosaur will always come to his call. But yeah, Oof, this guy's got it rough. He got it rough. Wait until you see Soul. I don't think I made one for the bat, though. I did not. Yeah, this was long before I started VTubing. Ah, there it is. There's Soul. Usually damaged head, now no head, no arm, no wings, no tail. Potentially no feet either. They were not nice to these guys. But, like, the point of the game was supposed to be kind of like, filler. Or at least just to give closure. The establishment is gone. People panicked because they assumed something and they attacked because of it. They attacked out of fear. And the animatronics, who were back to being functional again and normal, were the victims. Because of things out of theirs and their owner's control. Well, this leads into the fourth and final game, where there's unfortunately no pictures for. Well, there's one picture. There is one, and it's the title screen. During the fourth game, it's a very similar premise to the previous one. You are playing the other owner. Like, because there was like, as I said, there's two guys that own the business. One of them was in the original location. The other one was in the second location. Heard what happened to the original, and not long after the original was attacked, the second location that guy was at is also attacked. Not, and like, the animatronics for that one were pretty much already dead. No. My thought process is, who is really the victim when things happen outside of your control? Who is really the villain? Do the people affected by something out of their control to make them do things they don't want to do, does that make them the villain? And people who react, people who assume things or do things out of fear, does that make them the good person? The good guy? For me, that's what this series was supposed to be. If any of that made sense. The animatronics became what they are, or what they were, because of something out of their control. So they followed their programming a little too literal. And it wasn't because they wanted to. Because their entire understanding of the world got corrupted. Like I said, these guys are their own security. They work with cops all the time to make sure that the people inside the building are safe. They do not work with criminals. In fact, they will report that there's a criminal or restrain said criminal, but they will not kill or harm if they can help it. Well, specifically, they won't kill. But then you have an event that is completely out of their control. A cop has broken into the building with a criminal that they are helping to cause harm to people, and said cop murdered someone they are supposed to protect in front of them. How do you handle that? How do you process that? And all while you are helpless to do anything. Until you are pushed too far. But anyway, point is, in the fourth game, you're playing the other owner of the business. You are not in your own building, you are in a junkyard. Trying to find the animatronics from the second game to rescue their personalities. As damaged as they are still intact. all the while avoiding people who are actively trying to find these animatronics and destroy them because they've had enough. I remember at one point I wanted one of the animatronics to temporarily wake up, even though they are pretty much dead, like temporarily revive, to plead, to say something, to beg to not be killed, only to be crushed by a crusher. Or start to be put into a crusher and then left to die. Regardless of them being effectively awake. And that's where the, you as the main character would, or you as the player would run up and then remove the personality chip so they don't have to die in pain. Or be awake. Effectively saving them from their fate. There were ending screens for each of them. Oh, I found the end screen for Nightmare Captain Toby's. There it is. Yeah. This is the ending screen for the third game. All the plushies from their prize counter with their personalities. Yeah. So, like, also you guys gotta listen. I've been talking for so long, we went through 2 ad breaks. Holy shit. Just talking about this. No, I did say I got close to making this. I came very, very close. There was somebody in the Gary's Mod workshop who was making 3D models for these animatronics. I'm just gonna say, those animatronics that they made, I appreciate everything they did. I love that they actually humaned me and did it for me. What they made was not correct. Was not all what I wanted. You want to know what they made them look like? What they made them? I'm actually gonna go get their pictures. Gary's Mod workshop. Let me see. So if you search Captain Tobias in Gary's Mod, you will see it. It's right there at the top. Page URL. Let me go to here. Tobias. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna get the picture. I want to show you guys my ugly children. This is what they turned out to look like. This is what the person made. This is not what they're supposed to look like. But you know what? I'm happy they exist. But like I said, ugly children. Ugly babies. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna hold on. If you guys want to look at the mod, go for it. It's right there. I'm not entirely happy with it. Has there been any updates to this? Wow. Yeah. No, sorry, I'm looking at this page. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. That is not at all what I wanted. Do you know how in, like, VRChat there's synthetics? Synths, as they're called? We all know what synths are. Those digitigrade reptilian robots that we're all aware of from the furry fandom. Before I even knew what those things were, that's what they looked like. Okay, maybe not the Fallout version, not that. But that's what their bodies look like. Similar to those. Like I said, ball jointed dolls, digitigrade legs, and they're, if wanted, you could remove their muzzles. Well, some of them, not all of them. I hate and love these models. I love and hate them. I love them because they are mine, and overall, they are very, what's the word? They respect the original designs. Like, the mask on Andre is there, the color pattern on the cat is there, the half missing face for Soul is there. But I also hate them because they look like FNAF 1 animatronics, and that's not what I wanted. Ugh. If I could, I would have someone else do it. I would do it again. Because I want to. But yeah, that was my, fan... Well, I was about to say fan game, like, it was gonna be similar to Five Nights at Freddy's, but there was gonna be no connection to the world of Five Nights at Freddy's. Because I'm so tired of it. I stopped enjoying FNAF at around FNAF 3. But I did watch Sister Location. I actually didn't mind it. FNAF 4 made me uncomfortable. Also, I need to fix Blueberry. There you go. Buddy, you've been behind the chat this whole time. Yes. 4 is the one in the house where you're playing a child with a flashlight. I think specifically, like, FNAF 4, it was a very interesting idea. I like the nightmare animatronics. I legitimately do. But you could definitely tell that, Coffin was, like, running on empty. And he knew it. Sister Location was very funny, but also very new. I didn't mind it. I liked the designs, the animatronics. And I gotta see what all these pings in Discord are. There we go. Do I have any other forms I can use? Oh, step over here, hold on. I picked up this. There we go. I don't... Why? There we go. I can still scoot around like nothing's happening. Oh! Mm. Hi. I don't know what is my tail doing back there? Hi. I saw a video trailer for this model, as well as like a recreation of Legend of Spyro 2. The one with Cinder, that series. And went, oh my god, I need this model. So I found the free version of it. I'm just... Yeah. I like it. It's really cool. I want to... Hold on. I really do want to own a version of this model and design it to look like a donut. I'm gonna get rid of the wings. Oh, this is baby mode. I don't necessarily need the ears, but I'll keep them. Yeah. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far. It was either this or Voices of the Void. If I'm completely honest, and we haven't even tackled this part yet. I did not have the spoons for Voices of the Void. A lot of stuff has been going on in the background. And yesterday was kind of pushing it. Figment the Dragon. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know 100% what you're talking about. There was a TTRPG show that we were supposed to do on Dirty 20 Gaming that has been on such a long hiatus. But one of the characters' companion was supposed to be a reference to Figment, the dragon, but a very twisted version. And I drew it. I drew that character. I drew the characters for almost everybody except for one. He drew his own stuff. But, yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about. This was as close as I could get to Donut. The free model is kind of limited because you have to buy the model in order to customize it more clear, more in depth. But I would love to get... Oh, I'm actually realizing the collar and the bracelet and the thing around the tail says something. I know it probably says, like, that this is a demo. This is a sample that you can use. I don't mind. Arch, get out of my face. Ah. Come on. I wish pressing the button again would turn it off. Expressions. Boing, boing, boing. I am Loaf, devourer of cheese. Yeah, yeah. What am I doing? I'm supposed to be a griffin. What am I doing? Oh, by the way, I found a way to do webcam tracking. Hang on. There's a conversation going on outside my door. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but it's my mom talking very loudly on her phone. I gotta. Okay. Well, there was another. What's going on with this one? Oh. Oh. What can you do? Oh. This was based off of chocolate chip mint ice cream because I love chocolate chip mint ice cream. That's all the original stuff. Meow. Hi. This is another wicker beast that I own. Or not really own, but I have. I don't like the saber teeth. I thought I did. I don't. Accessories. Just stick with this one. Hi. I would say I have a lot of wicker beasts. I don't. I have a few. I got one that's a dragon. I have one that's from Ferality Aqua way back when. I have this one. I have some baby ones. I have a thick one that dances and plays music. Obviously, I have mine. That's about it. I also have a few burbs. Does anyone else remember those cute little blob models in VRChat? The burbs? Yeah. Very cute. I'm running. Sorry. I was supposed to talk about this. The past few days have been a little rough, especially yesterday. I woke up that morning to messages on, well, not messages, just updates on Blue Sky about two friends of mine who are going through a very messy breakup. And it's one of those things where, regardless of which side you believe, which side you support, which side you go with, you are definitively the absolute worst villain for the other. So, respectfully, I'm just not going to support either side. And also support both sides, because I just don't know. Things are being thrown around, and I don't know what's going on. And I don't like being forced to choose something like that. Because I care about both of them, I just don't know. And then, you have the Schedule 1 stream. I have heard multiple sides about what's going about that developer. And quite a few people have actually guilt-tripped me for playing the game and enjoying it too. Whether the accusations are true or not, I am unfortunately gonna have to just say this. I did not buy the game. The game was gifted to me. And unfortunately, it's too late for us to refund it. I am stuck with it. I do not agree. If what is said about the developer is true, I do not agree with that. How do I word this? If the accusations of the developer are true, then okay. That is not something I support. I am a smart individual. I do not agree with that kind of bullshit. I would sooner curb stomp someone who believes in that awful thing than support it. And no, I don't mean people spreading rumors. I mean, like, if whatever is going on with the dev is proved to be true. However, unfortunately, I am stuck with the game. And unfortunately, the game is fun, which makes it worse. So because of this, yesterday, it just felt like every few minutes to like every hour or so, it felt like I was being berated and told that I'm a terrible person because I either won't pick a side or I've picked a side without knowing without knowing anything. So because of this, I'm not streaming Schedule 1 anymore. Crowd control plans, out the window. We'll play a different game that has crowd control, just not that. Am I going to keep playing it? Unfortunately, I really just don't know anymore. Simply because it's things that both of those situations that I was talking about, things are being thrown, are being thrown around. And while one of them has potential proof, the other one doesn't. and I don't like it. So I'm just simply, I'm just trying to exist, guys. I don't know. I really don't know. So when I planned to do Voices of the Void today, I didn't have the spoons for it. I just don't have the strength to do that right now. But I will be streaming it on Saturday. I know that my schedule says that we're not streaming on Saturday. I'm revoking that. I'm streaming on Saturday to play Voices of the Void. Because I played a little bit of the ambience mode, which means there's no story-related stuff going on. I played the ambience mode last night, and I played for quite some time. Like, oh my god, I played for a while. It was a little bit past 2 a.m. when I finally stopped, like nearing 3. But then again, that's normal for me. Anyway, I am going to... Oh, I don't want to do that. I am going to get up and get something to eat. Because I am hungry. I'm just going to back my ass up. Actually, no, I'm not going to do this. My tail's proving to be a problem. Animal parts? Hang on, I need to check this. I'm gonna hide this. Animal parts? What is this? Oh, it's a change of tail. Oh. Oh. I have a big fluffy tail. Doesn't look that bad. Oh, I could be. Oh, I realized I could be a puppy girl. Oh, that was my butt. I'm sorry. I can no longer keep this bot. Oops. Alright, so what happens when I lie down on my back? What does this look like? Oh, very normal. Okay. Okay, I will be right back. I need to get something to eat. So, BRB. Wrong button. I'm back. How are y'all doing? Hi. Sorry about that. I went downstairs to get something to eat and realized that the lasagna was still in the fridge. So I put it in the oven. It's cooking. I got an hour, 9 or 8 minutes before, till it needs to be taken out. All that stuff. I have no, a timer going on my phone. In fact, let me move it over here so it's not going to be too cumbersome. I've also opened my door. Not door, window. It's a little hot in here. Oh, hi. I'm gonna go back to this one. There we go. That's better. Yeah, because dinner is currently cooking. Ow, ow. I made myself a bowl of oatmeal. We got lasagna cooking downstairs, but man, a burger sounds great right now. Ow. Hot. There we go. I had, like, I literally had just put the, started the oven when I got down there. So I started putting water in the electric kettle, then quickly realized, wait a minute, we have a water cooler. Like, you know those water jugs at an office job? With, like, the two little levers, hot and cold, that everyone likes to stand around and gossip around? Yeah, we have one of those. But without, like, the water jug being visible. It's in the stand. And that dispenses hot water. So I turned off the kettle, dispensed hot water into the bowl. Now I have my oatmeal. It's strawberries and cream. Which is great, but, like, I really, really want meat. I want a burger. I'll survive. I am also an absolute maniac for lasagna. Let me refund your points, they're evil. There you go. I forgot to do that. I'm sorry. Yeah, yesterday was rough. Yeah, but sometimes you just get that craving, you know? Because lasagnas we get don't have meat. They have meat sauce, but they don't have meat. Which sucks. I am being agitated by something. So itchy, I can't stop. Ow. There we go. It's not bad, though. The only thing I don't like about the lasagnas we get is that the sauce is very sweet. Very sugary and sweet. I don't like that. I like my pasta, my sauce to be just a little bit salty and savory. If it's sweet, then okay, that's fine. But I don't want that to be its only personality, you know? Hell, I don't mind if it's spicy, even. But if all it's got going for it is sweet, I'm not gonna be as interested. If I want a sweet flavored dinner, it's gonna be breakfast. You know, like waffles, pancakes, sausage, and maple syrup. Yummy. Okay. So, another thing to say, I am being agitated by something really bad over here. I do apologize if you guys can hear me scratching at it. It's a problem right now. But another thing I want to say, unfortunately, we do have to start over in Voices of the Void. Everything is gone. because I uninstalled it and completely purged all the files from my computer. Because I didn't intend to play it again. I don't really know why. I think it's because there were so many updates coming out at the time that I just didn't really feel the need to play it. And there are children screaming outside. So, yeah. Though I will say, with Voice of the Void, I am able to upload video, song, and image files to it. I just wish that someone would tell me like what the limits are for those. Because image files, you can put whatever the fuck you want in there. Don't go too far, of course. But you can put whatever the fuck you want in there for like stickers, framed paintings, posters, rugs, etc. But for video files and music files, there is a limit. And I want to find out. I would love for someone to tell me, like, one, what is the per file limit and quality does it have to be? And also, what file type does it have to be? Because that would help me immensely. Because I know, like, I've seen videos of people playing Voices of the Void with full, very, 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 very poor quality movies. Monica Cineroll literally watched the entirety of the Minecraft movie on stream. And it was such low quality. My favorite, though, has to be Spasmatic Banana, who's a very buff moth character, playing Voices of the Void while watching multiple DreamWorks movies at such low quality that they were just pixels and static screeching. It was really funny. No joke. They watched the Bee Movie, Over the Hedge, and Claudio the Chance of Meatballs, last I checked. It was really funny. Ow. Ow. I think this is the final boss fight music. Yummy. Sorry, I finished my oatmeal. Okay, Gory Cuddly Carnage soundtrack, because I want to. "26 songs in the OST. Pause. Yeah, we'll listen to this one next. Okay. Ah, brain. What else is there? Right. From what I've heard from ID, the transition stinger is gonna be done soon. I've already told them to take their sweet time, but we know how ID is. He does not take a sweet time on things. Well, he does a great job. But according to him, he works best when he works fast. And all that stuff. Or when that's all he's ever doing. which I don't like. Dude, you need to take a rest. You need to take a break. Okay, sorry, I just want to do that. I've already mentioned that the model upgrade is going to be done mid-October, potentially. I don't know. I'm not going to rush them. I'm hopeful. I'd rather them have a good Halloween, good October, and be okay. I'm not going to rush anybody. As for the overlay, I actually haven't checked VGen today. Let me go check VGen. Okay, yeah, I've got a reply on VGen. What's going on? Okay, yeah, things are going well. They're going to be getting me an update soon. Sweet. Oh my god. Who are all these people I follow on YouTube? What the shit? What the fuck is happening with my... What is all this? I'm looking at my YouTube subscriptions, like trying to see if there's something. Hold on. I'm adding that to watch later. I'm probably gonna watch that after stream. Oh, sweet! Cuff Bust! Hold on. The developer behind Choo Choo Charles, their game Cuff Bust, apparently, I think it's out now. Also, you guys got less than 5 minutes till I break. Let me go check. Store. Cuff Bust. Okay, the release date for Cuff Bust is October 15th. Oh, 6 more days. Yeah, 6 more days. Oh, that's gonna be so much fun. Anyway. Yeah, those are the updates. Like, the overlay is coming along. I haven't seen any updates on it until, well, I will be seeing updates on it soon. You know what? That is a very shitty night mode. Yeah, those are it. We're gonna be getting an update on the overlay soon. Again, with both of these creators, I'm not rushing. Sorry, with all these creators, I'm not rushing them. They can take their time. I finally got off my ass and posted on Blue Sky that I have commissions open. I'm gonna be reposting that every now and then throughout the day and night. Alright, opening up Blue Sky. That. I know I'm gonna regret this. I might regret this. Do we want to stay? I don't know if we want to stay in this area. You know what? Actually, I want to change worlds. We just started the song. Sorry, Gory. I love your music. I love your game. I need to change scenery. We've been here with a very weird lake for a while. Come on. No games. Characters, camera, light animation, chair animation. Oh, that might be a bit loud. Oh. This room or... I think either one of the... Hi. Both rooms are okay. Every time I see these pictures, I had to pause and really look and like, is there something lewd on the wall? No. Oh, we're always in this room. Wait, no we're not. Come on. I don't want it to look like you guys are on the floor. Okay, this one's not gonna work. Oh, this is a bathroom. Oh, there's the body pillow. Okay, this one's not gonna work either. Oh, that's probably why. Because I keep aiming it from the wrong side. There we go. I'm gonna change to you real quick. What is this? Oh. Hi. Oh. Hang on. Better? Yeah, that's a little better. Now you can see my expressions while looking at you guys. And it looks like I'm actually lying in bed with you. That's so cute. Yeah. It is a little dark, though. I really, really, really like this. Like, I like this world specifically for this. Also, if my music bothers you, please let me know. Back to normal. My tail. I see that. What's going on? Well, let me look at my horns. Oh, oh, I like that. Look at all that. That's so messy. So cool. I'll keep it like this. Just very, very messy horns that look like liquid gold. That is so trippy. I like that. How you doing? Hopefully you're doing well. Wait, I know. Hold on. Here's something I know. Two of my friends are probably gonna be playing VRChat today. Are they playing right now? Not yet. I've not seen a lot of these people in a long time. Oh my god, it's Himitsu! Himitsu! What the fuck? Well, there's Minra. And there's Lycan. There's Vanaquin. She's been offline for a whole fucking year. Whoa, what? What happened there? I'm confused. Sorry. I wanted to see who was like actually online. I know that 2 of my friends are going to be playing VRChat. Thanks. They're going to be playing VRChat tonight. So I just want to check and see if like I might be encroaching on that. I don't have any. I'm not really intending to join them, mind you, unless they want me to join them. Are my fingers moving? Oh my god, so my fingers are moving! I see that. My fingers are moving. Awesome. Awesome. Nice. Actually, I do need to make 1 adjustment. That's what's happening. There we go. Ah. Oh, my eyes are reacting to the music. I want to take a screenshot of this. Hang on. Hang on. Looks like it's movie night in a lot of servers. I've been considering playing a movie in my server as well. I just don't know what movie it would be. Because, like, it's Halloween. Like, well, not really. But it's the scary month. People are gonna want scary movies, and I can't handle that. If I do set up a scary movie for people, I would not be watching it. I would let it play and then leave. Plain and simple. Depends. Depends. Like, my favorite quote-unquote scary movie is Jaws. The other one is Aliens. I like creature features more than slashers. And unfortunately, I don't like the new age creature features. I don't really care for them. Like, there are reasons why I prefer the original Jurassic Park over the new Jurassic Park. New Age as in Jurassic World New Age, as in anything past Cloverfield New Age. where the gore and violence is there for the sake of it instead of actually being necessary. Like, I always bring up this nitpick of mine. I didn't really care for the first Jurassic World, except for obviously the ending. If your movie is only liked because of one scene and the rest is garbage or the rest is just not watched, then you've done something wrong. Also, yes, I've seen Lake Placid and Eight-Legged Freaks. I actually don't mind either movie. I do get disturbed by Eight-Legged Freaks, and it's not because of the spiders. It's a little bit because of the spiders. I love that my eyes are reacting to the music. I didn't know it did that. But no, with Jurassic World, I obviously loved the final fight. We all do. We all love the final fight. That is the only reason to ever go see the movie, unfortunately. But, like, there are instances in that movie where there was death when it wasn't necessary, where there was gore when there was never gore there before. I have seen Jurassic 1 through 3, and I love Jurassic 1, I love Jurassic 2. Jurassic Park 3 wasn't bad, wasn't great, but wasn't bad. Jurassic World just... no. Like, the part where the guy gets his hand bitten and then he gets killed in the lab, and then the splatter of blood. Not once in any of the Jurassic Park movies have we ever had that. We get a person killed, yes. There is actually a person who is ripped in half. There are carcasses everywhere, but they never showed it. They never show the actual gore and violence of it. And then Jurassic World comes out, and we're seeing people get ripped apart and blood raining down, and it's just... it's not Jurassic Park. It's not that. It just isn't. It doesn't feel like it. It doesn't fit. It's there just for the sake of it, and just because, you know, it's like, oh, we're new, we're edgy, we're moving away from our roots, we're serious now. What the fuck? And now they're leaning heavily into hybrids. I just don't like the Jurassic World series. I just don't. I get very heated about it. I'm noticing the pause over there. The thing with Jurassic Park that I appreciated is if a human died, there was no blood spraying, there was no flashy gore. They didn't make a spectacle out of it. In Jurassic World, they do, and I don't like it. It's not Jurassic Park anymore. I don't like it. Also, don't get me started on the bullshit of, oh, the dinosaurs now coexist with us on the planet. Motherfuckers, we have animals going extinct right now because of shit like this. This is invasive. Do you have any idea how much the whale population is going to be hit by the Mosasaurus? Are you kidding me? No. That's lazy. That's bullshit. I hate it. Right now I'm heated. I hate it. Why is that the solution? Just put them in a sanctuary. Isolate it. Stop making theme parks, you fuckwads. The Mosasaurus eats sharks. And it's fucking massive. I know that orcas go after blue whales, but I don't think they're gonna have a chance against the mosasaur, especially with the Spinosaurus also helping. Which I don't understand that either. Point is, no. No, there are so many animals that are so beneficial for our environment. And you shove dinosaurs in amongst them. I hate it. I don't like Jurassic World. I don't like any of the Jurassic World movies. Anyway, getting back to the topic on horror movies, I love the Jurassic Park series. Park, not World. Park. Fuck the Jurassic World. I love Jaws. Obviously, Tremors is on there. Aliens is on there. Lake Placid was pretty good. I've seen the second Lake Placid, like the Sci-Fi Channel Lake Placid. I can live without it. I've seen Anaconda and Anacondas. I've seen a lot of Sci-Fi Channel snake movies. Tremors is how you do horror and you keep the suspense alive. Like I love the Tremor series. We in my server we actually went through all 4 Tremors movies. I'm not going to watch the newer ones with peeps unless they request it. Because the graboids in those ones aren't what we're used to. And we're so used to the ones from the original. But we stopped at 4. It's really good. Well, it's not great, but it's good. Oh yeah, absolutely. I've seen the series. The only issue is the upload order of the series is jumbled. So we're gonna get episodes that don't make sense. But I would love to watch the series with peeps. I wouldn't mind watching Eight-Legged Freaks, however, there would be a very heavy warning about arachnophobia, because I have quite a few friends who are arachnophobic. I myself, I'm not bothered by spiders. However, that movie does still disturb me. In fact, a couple days ago, the only reason I wasn't able to get some sleep is because I was thinking about that movie on loop. I was thinking about all those cats and dogs. And of course, the infamous cat versus spider fight that we don't get to see, but we get to hear and watch, which is fucking hilarious. I feel so bad for that cat, though. I feel bad for the French French bulldog too. Or was it French bulldog or was it Boston Terrier? Boston Terrier, that's what it is. I feel bad for the dogs. I just feel bad for all those pets. But hey, when you have a growing colony of giant spiders, of course they're gonna go after the pets first. Yeah, I know. It's just so sad, though. It's so sad. Though I will say, the scene with the ostriches was fucking hilarious. Like, that movie was both serious and funny at the same time. Like, the spiders were very funny. I love that the spiders effectively say, ouch, and oh no, in their own ways. But no, there would be a heavy arachnophobia warning with that movie. What's another movie we could watch on my server? Another server I'm in has already watched Shaun of the Dead, so I'd have to give that a wide berth. Plus, like, I have a friend that, has issues with zombies unless it's in a video game. Yeah, but then the tarantula shows up and it's like, oh shit. And the jumping spiders and the tarantula are probably the scariest things in the movie. Besides the deleted scene with the queen. Or female. It's a friend of mine gets, like, paranoia when it comes to zombie movies. And it bothers him immensely, so... Yeah, I love Shaun of the Dead, by the way. I actually legitimately love Shaun of the Dead. It's so funny. I've seen a good number... Like, I've seen the Jaws movies. I've even, unfortunately, seen the third movie. The really shitty third one. I've seen it. By the way, in total, there's 4 Jaws movies. And the order... And, like, I would actually encourage people to watch them. You don't have to watch the third. The third one you can skip. The fourth one is interesting. It's not bad. It's interesting. Let me think. This is a movie we can watch. We've also watched. It's not a horror movie, but we've watched The Longest Yard in my server, which was really funny. It's so fucked up. It's so funny because this is the part where it's fucked up. There's a character in that movie. He's a prison guard because it's prisoners versus convicts in a football. It's a football movie, and one of the guards takes steroids. So, to kind of fuck with them a little, with the guards a little bit, some inmates got into the locker room and replaced his steroids with estrogen. So throughout the movie, this big buff guy is going through the motions of taking estrogen. It's so fucked up. It's so fucked up. However, the guy who plays as that guard is a comedian, and he's very nice about it. Like, he's very funny with it. Like, at one point, during the big football game at the end of the movie, he is no longer playing football. He's up there with the cheerleaders, the prisoner cheerleaders, and dancing. And he's having the best time of his life. And, like, I watched that movie with my friend Snow, who is trans, by the way, and she enjoyed it. So, that tells you some stuff. We both agreed. It's fucked up, but it's so funny. We should watch Con Air. That's a movie we should watch. Con Air. Maybe. Maybe Con Air. Maybe. I did say in my... Yeah, I love Con Air. I love it. I don't like Danny Trejo's character, for obvious reasons, but I love that movie. Like, how much do you have to express that you are a badass where you continue walking after your arm gets shot and you don't even flinch? That's impressive. That's badass. But, brain. I did say in my server that we were gonna watch Godzilla movies next. I think that movie needed Nicolas Cage to be the main character. He actually played the role very, very well. He played a very serious character, and he did a great job. He didn't crack jokes, he wasn't a comedian, he was very serious. And it's not the camp serious. It was understandably serious, and it was really good. They unfortunately made his character a little too hot, though, if I'm completely honest. But yeah, no, in my server, the plan is to watch some Godzilla movies. So my immediate thought is, okay, what movie are we gonna watch? Yeah, while everyone else was off the wall. Put the bunny down. What? Like, what? Hold on. Back to the Godzilla thing. What Godzilla movie would we even watch? Mandy? I don't... Mandy? I don't know what that is. Sorry, I went quiet. I'm thinking, like, what? What's Mandy? Oh! Nah. Nah, I'm good. I'm good. I did have another thought. This is not a horror movie, but like another movie series we could watch is the Fast and Furious series. Though I think that series would probably... Was it 6? Was 6 the last one with him? Or was it 7? Because movie 5 is in Rio. Seven. It had to be 7. Right. 6 had the runway. So 7. Movie 7 would be where we would stop. Yeah, we would have to watch until 7. So the thing with me is, I've only ever seen the second movie. I've never actually watched the first movie all the way through. And I'm fine with that. Like, I don't remember if I've ever seen 3. Or 4. I might have to. Yeah, we might have to watch the Fast and Furious movies. I do know that, for the longest time, we've been trying to watch, Speed Racer in my server, but every time I plan to watch it with peeps, while it's free on YouTube, it suddenly goes to not being free on YouTube. And that sucks. The other movie we could watch is The Iron Giant if we want to have our emotions completely obliterated. And it would make sense if we watch The Iron Giant, because I think the time frame for that one is set in November? I think it's set in November, or maybe it's set in December. I don't really know. All I know is, like, there's no decorations up, and it turns to winter. That is, like... Okay, no, this is a bit of a... It's an autumn movie? Yeah. But, like... This is something that pisses me off. Royally pisses me off. Like, we all know that, Super Smash Bros.-esque game that Warner Brothers was trying to release that used their IPs, right? So you literally had the Iron Giant and Superman together. And in the trailer for that game, the Iron Giant got to hang out with Superman and was so happy and excited to meet him. And then they pulled the plug on the game! That is bullshit! That was so wholesome and sweet, and we were so happy that he was happy to see Superman, his hero, and then it's gone! No! You're kidding me! Oh, that sucks so much! Hey, I checked the timer on my phone. Let me unlock my phone real quick. Hold on. 17 minutes. Okay. Let me set that down. Okay. Just if the Iron Giant is still free on YouTube, I don't mind setting up to watch that sometime. Probably not tomorrow, because that would be such short notice. Maybe on Sunday. If it stays free that long. But yeah, in any case, we've been trying to watch Speed Racer for so long, because it's such a good movie. Oh yeah, Asthmatic Banana also watched Speed Racer. Yeah. I was more excited for the Iron Giant and Superman. That's what made me happy. I didn't care about anything else. And now it's gone. It's just, god damn it, Warner Brothers. Why? Why are you like this? Actually, let me go check something. Speed Racer. Nope, Speed Racer is still buy or rent. It's hard to believe that the movie came out in 08. Let me see. The Iron Inquisitor. The Iron Giant. Nope, the Iron Giant is not free. By the way, peeps. If you ever want a good analysis of a character in a movie, or just a good breakdown of a movie in general, and also pretty funny commentary, watch Cinema Therapy. I'm a huge fan of Cinema Therapy. I love their stuff. It's so good. They have watched and reviewed and broken down Speed Racer. They've done it for Iron Giant, Turning Red, Klaus. They've done it for Moana. They've done it for Encanto. And all that stuff. And also How to Train Your Dragon, too. Like, a whole bunch of movies. As well as Element. Okay, hold on. The movie was like Elemental or Element? Either one. The one where there's a fire lady and a water guy. I was not expecting that movie to be that good. Like, holy shit, it's actually really good. Definitely deserves a watch. I feel like I should pop into VC and just hang out there. But it's almost 7 o'clock. And I am once again getting hungry. Love a burger, but we got lasagna cooking. Like 17 minutes before I have to go downstairs, remove the lid, put it back in for another 20, and then we'll be good. I don't know, I'm tired. No, the point of this whole stream was just that things were really, really rough yesterday. For the past few days. And I could not bring myself to play a video game and pretend that I was okay. Why I really, really enjoy these VRChat Yap streams, because we just unload, just go absolutely ham chatting about stuff. I sometimes feel guilty that I do it so often. Yeah, they've done Atlantis. So cinema therapy is a movie producer and a therapist, like a licensed therapist. They're both best friends, and they watch the movies together. Sometimes they have special guests. Take a look at it. It's actually pretty good. And you can always recommend a movie. I've already recommended one of them. It was Turbo, the one about the snail. I forget if they've already done one for Astro Boy. Astro Boy! Oh, I want to watch that again. It's been so long since I've seen that movie. I binged that movie so much. It was so good. Ow. 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 Yeah, Astro Boy was not bad. The animation was beautifully cartoon. I liked it. And here's something I didn't know. Nicolas Cage is like a diehard Astro Boy fan, so he got to play the professor, as in the dad character, the professor. And I heard that he was he tried to contain his excitement. It was awesome. No, yeah. I'm getting tired, guys. My throat is starting to get sore. I know I've only been going for like almost 4 hours, which... Yeah! Yeah. Well, that's another thing. I have seen all 3 of the Hobbit movies, and like they're not bad. I just wish that they could go back to the way Lord of the Rings was. So hilariously, similar to Lord of the Rings, I've seen them all in theaters. I've seen every single one of those movies in theaters. I've seen the original Lord of the Rings trilogy in theaters. And though it was a little choppy and a little rocky at the time, I've seen all 3 of the Hobbit movies in theaters. I got to see the 3rd one all by myself. Yeah. So like one birthday, I got to go to the movies alone. And I went to go see the 5 Kingdoms. I got to see that all by myself, and it was great. I didn't have to have somebody whispering next to me about actors and actress trivia. I didn't have to share any popcorn or soda, which is fine, because all I got was a soda. Also, I think, besides Kong Skull Island, I've seen all of the MonsterVerse movies in theaters, too. Yeah, I got to see 2014 all by myself. Saw King of the Monsters with my brother and my dad, which was fucking hilarious. And got to see New Empire with my brother. Oh, yeah, also, sorry. Not New Empire. I completely missed Godzilla versus Kong. Which I will say, what is that? Oh, that was a dust particle. I don't really care for Godzilla versus Kong. I just don't care for Kong in general. I mean, it's slowly easing up. Like, I'm starting to like him. But at the same time, I just don't. No. Though, you can very clearly see that as those movies go on, the budget is getting less and less. And it's really funny. But it's not bad, because that's effectively what the Godzilla movies in a nutshell. The original Godzilla movies had very low budget. Even as they got more and more popular, they had low budget. And then, like, for their final movie, from Toho specifically, in 2004, they still had, like, they had a decent budget for it. It wasn't great, but it was a decent budget. But you could clearly tell they were taking some liberties. Like, there were so many references to The Matrix. It was so funny. But what Godzilla movies would we even be watching in the server, though? Like, do we watch all of the old ones and slowly make our way to the current? That would take so long. Also, whenever a new Godzilla movie would be on the horizon, actually no, when 2014 was on the horizon, I grabbed all of my Godzilla movies from the year 2000 up to 2004, and I would watch one every day. Yeah. -1 is a great movie. Here's the thing. I haven't watched it. I've heard it, because I was in the basement at the time. I think. No, I wasn't in the basement. I was up here. I've heard -1. I've seen Cinema Therapy cover -1. And even though I myself have never actually watched it, I adore it. I love the design of Godzilla. I love the story they told. I love the human story. It is so rare for a Godzilla film to have a good human story. So rare. Okay, another good horror movie would definitely be Godzilla 2016. Just saying. That movie is haunting. It's good, but it's haunting. Also, can we just all agree that the anime Godzilla, the anime Godzilla Earth, is bullshit and awful? Can we all agree on that? It's not good. It's legitimately is not good in film. I've seen it. So, when I used to co-host the podcast, I watched the first movie. Yes. Godzilla 1998, the series, is so good. I agree. I just wish it was easier to watch the full series. But no, I watched the first film. And everything about it felt wrong. Even with Godzilla himself, everything about it felt wrong. Everything. It was not Godzilla. But at the same time, it was. It was just so bad! And the logic for the main character was so bad! I read the synopsis for the next movie. Specifically the movie with Mechagodzilla. All those people on that spaceship could have survived if they simply lived on Mechagodzilla, which was a walking city, and outpaced Godzilla himself. Because it could. They could have survived. They could have been fine. But no! The main character's vengeance was for his dead parents. It was so strong, he had to take Mechagodzilla, attack Godzilla, and have it get destroyed. Ah! It's so bad! Here's the thing. I understand the guy's upset that his parents died. He was a fucking child. For fuck's sake. You want vengeance over a thing that's made out of broccoli. Effectively made of broccoli. I'm just saying, they should have let Godzilla kill the bastard when he was charging it. Because there's a scene where he charges at Godzilla to be bait. They should have let him die. Just saying. The movie was just so bad. I hate it. If you thought me being heated about Jurassic World was bad, this is worse. And it doesn't help that the person who voices the main character in that film also voices Sasuke in Naruto. Yeah. Yeah. Here's the thing. There are many Godzilla films where a character loses people they love or they cared for, and they go on a vengeance arc against Godzilla or against a kaiju. But this one felt so... I don't know how to describe it. It was just so bad. It was so poorly done. And like... No, the main character for that movie looked like Sasuke from Naruto and was voiced by the guy who voices Sasuke from Naruto. We weren't looking at a character on a vengeance plot against Godzilla. We were looking at Sasuke from Wish trying to throw rocks at a piece of broccoli the size of a mountain. And claim that everything he was doing was to save mankind. Motherfucker, you got so many people killed. So many people killed because of your vengeance. And you destroyed the only chance humans had to survive because of your vengeance. Fuck you. I am so glad those movies aren't being made anymore. And if they come up with another one, I'm not watching it. I'm not encouraging it. I'm not endorsing it. Fuck that. No. I am so pissed. I'm not somebody who usually gatekeeps movies or video games or something like that. But I'm going to say this right now. Those movies were awful and they do not need to exist. We do not need to acknowledge them anymore. A lot of the fandom have completely removed them from their memory. They like the Godzilla design. I'll agree with that. The Godzilla design is awesome. The design of the creatures is awesome. But the movies themselves suck ass. And even worse than Jurassic World. I gotta see what's going on in Discord. Oh, there goes the alarm. Stop. Okay, there goes the alarm. I need to go work with the lasagna. I will be right back. And when I come back, we're gonna look for somebody to raid. Oh, Terror of Mechagodzilla is good. I am back. So my brother has already taken care of the lasagna. So it's almost done. I'll have some lasagna for dinner soon. Okay. My favorite pre-2000s movie for Godzilla, specifically. I liked 1998. I legitimately loved 1998. But if we're going with Toho... Godzilla vs. Destroya was one of them, definitely. However, Godzilla vs. The Thing, aka Godzilla vs. Mothra, has a soft spot. It holds a very special place in my heart. Because that was the... my upbringing with Godzilla was very weird. I did not own a Godzilla movie. Yeah. I did not own a Godzilla movie for quite some time. And the first Godzilla movie I ever got to own was a very cheap DVD of Godzilla vs. Mothra, aka Godzilla vs. The Thing, which was like in the 60s or so. And I loved that movie. Because it was so stupid. It was cheap, but it was also not that bad. And then, yeah. Yeah. It's always so amusing to me to see things be repeated in, like, later generations of Godzilla. Less than 5 minutes live break. So, like, literally in Godzilla, the original Godzilla vs. Mothra, twin babies string shot Godzilla till he becomes a cocoon. Greedy corporate humans kidnap the fairies to exploit, as well as take take Mothra's egg to be an attraction. And then you go, like, decades later, in, like, the 1990s, Godzilla and Mothra clashed again. And once again, greedy corporate humans are taking the egg to be an attraction. And then they steal the twin fairies to exploit. And that's it. And then you go a couple more decades ahead into, like, the 2000s. Two baby Mothras string shot Godzilla into a cocoon. And humans attempted to try and exploit the fairies again, but they didn't catch them. It was so funny. Or it is funny. I also like that, in the Monsterverse, the fairies make a return as a reference with one of the main characters' family line in Godzilla King of the Monsters. It's pretty damn funny if you ask me. We would have to watch the older movies, though. But where would we start? Where would we start? Would we start from the very beginning, like the first Godzilla movie, and then slowly work our way to current? That would take so long. When you really think about it, it would take so long to do that. What is happening in Discord? What? I mean, the VC that we use for watching movies is called MST3K Room. Because that's literally what we do. We commentary over it in text. Like, we have sassed so many movies in text. It's great. But I would love to watch MST3K with peeps. The only thing I wouldn't care for is the interruptions for, like, ad breaks that they did. But yeah, I would probably do that. Oh, we should watch Gamera movies! Gamera is not afraid to show the gore. They're also pretty serious and stupid at the same time. I love Gamera. That's definitely a movie series we need to watch. It's not as long as Godzilla, unfortunately. Can I just say this? I greatly appreciate this about the Monsterverse. Gamera's full of meat. Yeah. Can I just say this about the Monsterverse series? I appreciate they don't call Kong King Kong, because he's not. King Kong died in his own movie. All those decades ago. And I greatly appreciate they don't call this new Kong King. I don't know, it's just something I appreciate. Anyway, we do need to start looking for somebody to raid. So, during ad break, I'm gonna be searching for someone. Oh, I see Vanaquin. We're raiding Vanaquin. There we go. Whoa. There we go. Ah, okay. We have a target. Wow, it's so weird to hear my own voice. And you guys don't get to hear it. Because what I hear is very different from what you guys hear. Because my head is full of meat. Okay. Put that up. This is so weird. I can vaguely hear the music from my own stream. I sound so weird! I don't like it! That's my own voice? Anyway, yeah, Godzilla or Gamera is probably the movies we watch next. Great, now that I can hear my voice, I'm gonna do pauses so I can hear myself. Okay, good. The noise suppression is actually working on my microphone. I was so worried about that. I'll have to poke through my Discord to see if they want to watch Gamera or Godzilla movies. Probably from the beginning. It's gonna be a long one. Okay, so that's what that sounds like. I am going a little too crazy on this, I realize. Hold on. I'm gonna change my avatar real quick. Void Fire, Dragon. I haven't seen Void Fire in a while. Huh. Oh. Oh my god. This has changed. This has changed a lot. Whoa. I haven't seen this in so long. Change the color. Original's purple. Back to the beautiful green, because I love green. This thing is weird. Let's try Purple Dragon. Oh yeah, I've seen this. I got on the wrong side of the bed. Oh, saw that. There we go. I like this one too. I think I might give her the Void one though. Bit much. I don't think color does anything. No, color does nothing. Because like the original Wicker Beast King model, which is what this is, they had the color thing built in. And every single one of them has that option, even though there's no colors to change. Jesus, I sound annoying. Even my Wicker has that color change thing. Okay. We got one more. It's very thick. Wrong side. Where am I? Hold on. The mirror turned off. Yep. This is the one. This one is very thick. And if I adjust the slider any more, I am going to become a blueberry. I just like that I can turn off my flute. Hi. I have not touched this model in a long time. I might actually get rid of it. Simply because this thing has songs on it that I have been trying to remember what they were, and now I have those songs in my playlist, so I don't need to. Avatars. Yeah, see, they're very thick. There we go. Now you guys are closer. Hi. Anyway, we're gonna be reading Vanaquin tonight. I'm tired. And I have some lasagna to devour. I do apologize that we didn't get to play Voices of the Void today. I just didn't have the strength for it. Sorry, I interrupted myself. I heard my own voice and went, oh, I gotta stop talking. No, we're gonna be playing Voices of the Void on Saturday, because I said I would, and yeah. Oh, hey, my favorite song from Going the Color Carnage. So first and foremost, Battle Royale. I need to get a better, I need to get a new keyboard. I like my keyboard, but it's loud, it's a bowl, doesn't have any options. Some of the switches are breaking. Which sucks, because like, the keyboard's not that old. Like maybe a year or two? I gotta turn that off. There we go. Now I can talk without interrupting myself. With myself. I'm going to close Twitch integrated throwing system. There we go. We're good. Yeah. Yeah, thank you guys so much for joining me. We'll be playing Voices of the Void on Saturday. Just give me a bit. A lot of stuff's happening and I just don't know how to feel about it. Evil murdered everybody. Awesome. We are going to raid Vanaquin. I believe they're still doing their woofathon. Thong. I said it again. Woofathon. Woofathon. Oh my god. Give them my love. Give them all your chaos and all that stuff. I will see you guys on Saturday. Because Friday I don't stream. And I need some rest. But for now, have a amazing October. I will give you guys updates as time goes on. Have a good night, everybody.